Please take your seats. The program is about to begin. We welcome you today with a performance by Upside Dance Company, a professional contemporary dance company based in Healdsburg and known for bringing innovative choreography to unconventional spaces. Today's performance embraces the theme, "This is Us," and includes 3 pieces. The first piece, "Nothing Matters When We're Dancing," invites you to leave your cares behind and be present, here and now. The second piece, called "Heart," invites you to open your hearts this afternoon. And the third piece, "Wingspan," is inspired by this place, our place. It celebrates the native pipevine swallowtail butterfly and invites you to open your minds as you engage in TEDx Sonoma County 2023.
Dance with me, my old friend, once before we go. Let's pretend this song won't end, and we never have to go home. And we'll dance among the chandeliers, and nothing matters when we're dancing. In tatters, you're entrancing. Be we in Paris or in Lansing, nothing matters when we're dancing. You've never been more beautiful, your eyes like 2 full moons, as here in this poor old dance hall, among the dreadful tunes, the awful songs we don't even hear. And nothing matters when we're dancing. In tatters, you're entrancing. Be we in Paris or in Lansing, nothing matters when we're dancing. And nothing matters when we're dancing. In tatters, you're entrancing. Be we in Paris or in Lansing, nothing matters when we're dancing. Nothing matters when we're dancing.
right, welcome everyone. Let's give Tanya Knippelmeyer and the Upside Dance Company one more round of applause. What a joyful and beautiful way to start off our 11th TEDx Sonoma County. I want to thank all of you for being here this afternoon. I'm Dr. Brad Weaver. I'm head of school at Sonoma Country Day School. You're here in our Jackson Theater enjoying this event. This is exactly the kind of event that the Jackson family had in mind when they helped us to construct this beautiful theater, bringing the community together, especially around a theme about community. This is us. We're really excited to have you here. I have a few housekeeping items that I need to take care of before we get the show started. First is just a few thanks. One, this kind of event does not happen by itself or even just with a few people, as you might imagine. We have an incredible team of volunteers. You'll see a lot of them outside in the gallery today. So please take a moment to thank them for all that they do. Nobody's paid in this. We all are working together to put these kinds of events on to bring them to our community. But a couple of people that I do want to just highlight. One I'll introduce in just a moment, but another is our executive producer, Marilyn Nagel. I just want to give her a big round of applause for all that she's done to make this happen today. Okay, if you need to leave today during a session, we're going to ask that you do that through the doors on the sides. I feel like a little bit like I'm starting us off on an airplane flight here. But note those. There's exits here on the sides, and the reason for that is that we're live streaming today. We're also recording talks that we'll put out on the TEDx website. We'll talk about that in a minute, and they may make their way to the Big TED. What we want to avoid is having light stream in from those rear doors as speakers are up here on stage speaking. It's disruptive to the live stream. People at home watching, we have a number of people watching. Hello to all of our live stream audience. And also our recording just in general. So if you could do that, please. As you walk out those side doors, you'll find restrooms, water fountain. Of course, you can work your way back to the front gallery. They're both, this is a school, so they're both kind of kid-sized restrooms right when you go outside. If you continue around the rest of the hallway, you'll come to some adult-sized restrooms. So when you're ready to re-enter, there's monitors out there, and we're asking that you re-enter in between talks. And there'll also be some volunteers there to help you and to help with that timing. So just follow their lead and we'll get you back out. There is a 30-minute intermission today. We have a number of people gathered out in our gallery that represent nonprofits from across our community that are associated with TEDx. And we hope that you'll take some time after you get a snack and some refreshments to interact with them and hear their stories as well, because we feel like that's an important aspect of today's theme, which is anything. And then we're going to put a slide up here next of our sponsors, and you've seen that streaming there behind me, so I want you to take a moment to thank each of them. Certainly couldn't do this without them. Their support and resources go a long way to making TEDx happen and bringing this to life here in Sonoma County. So let's give all of our sponsors a big round of applause. Now, what I'd love for you to do right now, if you are someone who uses social media, check in on your social media feeds. We've got ways for you to check in on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, all of those things. If you use something else, go ahead and do that now. And while you have your phone out, make sure that it's on silence, please. The last thing we want to do is in the middle of a talk have a phone ring. So even if you're not on social media, go ahead and check your phone just to make sure that that's on silence so that we can make sure that that's taken care of right now. Also, please don't take your phone out during the middle of a talk. They produce an incredible amount of light. It's both distracting to the speaker and to those around you. So if you would, just wait until intermission, or if you take a moment to step outside to check your phone. All right, lastly, all of our talks today will be recorded, and we have a YouTube channel, and you can actually go back and watch past TEDx Sonoma County speakers while you're waiting for this year's speakers to be pushed out onto our YouTube page. We'll send everybody here, if you register with an email address, we'll send you a link when that's ready to go so that you can go back and rewatch talks and enjoy those again. We hope that you will share those with your friends and your networks, people of interest, particularly talks that you enjoyed. It certainly helps our speakers as well in promoting their talk, because they put a lot of effort into this. So you'll get that in just a minute, or sorry, in a few a few weeks once they're ready to go. And we're excited to share those and have you share those out more broadly. Okay, before I continue, we're going to show you a quick video from TED founder Chris Anderson about the TEDx movement and the community that you're part of today. So we're going to roll that now. Let's welcome Chris Anderson.
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
All right, thank you. And finally, it's my great pleasure to introduce our TEDx Sonoma County MC, Dr. Anisha Fritz. Passionate about Sonoma County, Anisha is a proprietor of Linmar Estate Winery, an educator, and an entrepreneur. She's an avid fan of TED and is committed to growth in people, organizations, and of course, vines. Please join me in welcoming Anisha to our TEDx Sonoma County stage.
Hi, Brad. Hi, everyone. It's so good to be back in person. Congratulations, Brad, 11 years. We've been through a lot these last 11 years, especially the last 3 with the pandemic, the fires. We missed 2020. We were here in 2020. We were virtual in 2021. We were socially distanced in 2022, so we're finally together again.
It's been quite a journey.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
This event for our community really captures your motto of bringing learning to life.
Thank you.
But as a teacher, I should say as well, there's something about this event that evokes the classroom for me. Because it's not just about the speakers. It's about your energy that fuels the speakers. And it's their ideas that come and live in our minds and influence our lives. So this co-created, collaborative event is very special. It's magic. It's one time, 4 hours, once a year, 600 people in the audience, 30 performers on stage, and then it's over. But it's bringing learning to life, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And enjoy.
Before we begin, I wanted to share a little bit about how we came up with the theme, This Is Us. Soon after last year's TEDx event, our little volunteer committee got together to talk about what we wanted this year's theme to be. We wanted it to be timely. We wanted it to be relevant. This time, this place. Last year's theme was emergence, and we were emerging from this global pandemic that separated us. But as we had these conversations with each other, we realized that we had emerged a little different after the pandemic. A little more worried, a little more stressed. We were hearing from physicians and teachers in the classroom that they were feeling these impacts among their patients and students. Certainly, the world has become more challenging, more conflicted, and there's more chaos. But as we look around our community, we also see kindness, compassion, brilliance, connection. So what are we? Who are we? Who are we in this new world that's emerging? Are we that conflict, that anger, that stress? Or are we the creativity, the congruence, the community? This was a question that we brought to the table. And the speakers you'll hear from today have approached this question in different ways, bringing examples from their lives and acting in different ways when confronted with this dual identity, with this contradiction. Who are we? So as you listen to today's program, put your cares aside, open your hearts, open your minds, and think about that question. And we'll come back to it at the end of the show. So let's get started. Our first speaker emanates positivity. Dr. Jonah Paquette lives in Casadero and is a well-being expert. His books on happiness and awe have fans all around the world. You will see when you see him that there's just something about his demeanor that makes you smile. So without further ado, we welcome to the TEDx Sonoma County stage, Dr. Jonah Paquette.
So I was never much good at math, but by my rough calculations, the odds that any of us will eventually die someday, unfortunately, is about 1 out of 1. Bit of a bummer. But the odds of any of us being here today, of being alive, well, that number, if you can even call it a number, has been estimated to be something in the range of 1 in 10 to the power of 2,685,000. For those counting at home, that is a lot of zeros. In other words, the odds of any of us being here, right here and now, of existing, is as close to zero as you get without being zero. The only thing with statistically longer odds would probably be my beloved New York Knicks ever winning an NBA championship, but that's a depressing topic for a different day. Our very existence, though, really is a miracle. And seen through that light, so much of our life is actually pretty wondrous. So what I'd like to explore with you here today is how we can all start to remember that a little bit more by tapping into the amazing power of being amazed and discovering more awe and wonder in our everyday lives. Because it turns out the moments that make us go, wow, can be some of the very moments that change our lives. I first became really fascinated in this topic of awe a few years ago when I stumbled across this article on astronauts talking about their experience seeing Earth from outer space. So pretty amazing, we're going to hear from one later. They described looking down and seeing our huge planet reduced to the size of a small blue marble. And they described feeling just overwhelmed with this incredible sense of awe. But what really stood out to me, I remember, was what happened after they got home. Some of them returned home forever changed. Some became nonprofit leaders, others became humanitarians. For a lot of them, though, this mega dose of awe, which came known as the overview effect, changed their life forever. I quickly became really fascinated by this topic of awe, so much so that I've spent the last few years of my career as a psychologist studying, writing, and talking about awe. I love awe so much, in fact, someone once said to me, Jonah, you're like an awe-evangelist, which I take as a compliment, thank you. But it wasn't until a couple of years later that I understood, albeit on a much humbler scale, a little bit of what those astronauts might have felt. In 2020, as the pandemic raged on, I found myself looking for solace amidst all the fear and uncertainty. And I found it through the night sky, of all places, with the help of a trusty, high-powered telescope. During those months of uncertainty, I would venture out to different dark sky locations, and I'd look up at those twinkling lights above, and I'd feel calm. I'd look up at stars and literal galaxies that were millions of light years away. And I would remind myself that my entire body, and by the way, yours too, is made of matter descended from stars just like that. In those moments, I felt so small yet connected to something so much greater, because in those brief seconds, I was filled with an immense feeling of awe. Now, for you, maybe it's not the night sky that does this to you. Maybe it's the feeling you get when you listen to a gorgeous piece of music, or watch a child take their first steps, right, if you remember that, or gaze at a gorgeous sunset, or learn that there's more stars up above than there are grains of sand on Earth. Amazing. Whatever its source, though, this feeling, often complete with goosebumps and a shiver down our spine, is known as awe. And it's the feeling we get when we're in the presence of something vast, something bigger than us, that just blows our mind or challenges what we thought we knew. And it turns out that this unique emotion holds some amazing benefits to our mind, health, and relationships. So in fact, play along with me for a moment if you would, and close your eyes if you feel comfortable, or one eye maybe if you don't. And think about the last time you got those goosebumps, or that tingle down your spine, from feeling awe, whether it was from nature, music, the arts, whatever it was. Just get a taste of that feeling right now in this moment, because these moments matter a whole lot more than we tend to realize. Okay, you can open your eyes up now if you still have them closed. But actually, one more thing, while you have that feeling in you, what I'd like us to do is all take a deep breath in, and on the count of 3 as we let out our breath, I want us all to say "wow" out loud together, and just let the endorphins run wild in our body, okay? Everyone breathe in. 1, 2, 3. Wow. Amazing. Thank you. Over the last few years, an entire body of research has started to emerge looking at the impact of experiences of awe on many parts of our life, including things like lowering rates of depression, anxiety, and stress, reducing symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, increasing our feelings of connection and compassion towards our fellow human beings, enhancing things like creativity, problem-solving, and critical thinking skills, even lowering rates of chronic inflammation in our body, and much more. So imagine an experience within our reach, right, that we have all felt, that does all that. An experience that might last, a couple of seconds sometimes, but has an impact that's pretty, dare I say, pretty awesome. Literally. Now, while it's easy to hear this word awe and automatically think in really grand terms, the reality is that awe-inspiring moments really are all around us. We just so often have blinders on and miss them. In fact, practically anywhere we find ourselves, we can notice the many wonders of life that we sometimes forget are actually wondrous. Just think about how many things surround you right now, right, wherever you're joining from, that would have seemed absolutely magical to someone like 50 years ago. Let alone 500, 5,000, or 50,000 years ago. We are surrounded by miracles. And in fact, our very existence is nothing short of a miracle. And as Albert Einstein's words remind us, there are only 2 ways to live your life. The first is as though nothing is a miracle. But the second is as though everything is a miracle. And I know we can all do a better job, myself certainly included, of noticing the miracles that surround us each and every day. The moments of connection with the people we love. The changing color of the leaves during the passing of seasons. The kindness of strangers or the courage of those who inspire us. Talking to someone halfway around the world in real time through a screen. turning on a faucet and having water come out, or flipping a switch and getting light. Or heck, the crazy gadget you all have in your pockets that literally has more computing power than what it took to launch the Apollo missions. Our time on this incredible planet is limited. There are only so many night skies, so many first steps, so many beautiful sunsets, and so many once-in-a-lifetime moments. So in the days ahead, try seeking out more of these wonders of life, big or small. Open yourself up more to the moments that make you go, wow. Make room for the experiences that give you goosebumps. And engage in more parts of life that leave you feeling small, yet connected to something so much greater. Because these moments, brief as they can feel, can be some of the very moments that change your life. Thank you.
I felt awe driving up here and seeing all the trees in bloom today. It was just such a promise of spring. I felt awe when I saw those dancers invoke that feeling of awe. You could see the joy in their faces to be here in your presence. So thank you, Jonah. Our next presenter is a woman that I'm in awe of. She's an actor. She's been in movies, on television, and she's an activist. I want to say more about her after she speaks, but she is somebody that has inspired me and charmed us all over the last couple of days. So please put your hands together for TEDx speaker Diana Elizabeth Jordan.
I got this. What do you perceive when you see me walk? What do you perceive when you hear me talk? What's wrong with your daughter? Those are the first words I ever remember hearing someone ask my mom about me when I was a little girl. I wonder what that woman thought when she saw us walking. Fast forward to the present, and I can still see the restaurant manager yelling, grabbing me, shoveling out the door, and sending a security guard to block my re-entrance. A week earlier, that same manager gave me a dirty look when I ordered something to go. I found out during the lawsuit that followed, he thought I was drunk. I wasn't. I just wanted a Thai tea before I went to rehearsal that night, where I was cast as Olga Sergeyevna Prozorova, the oldest daughter in a production of Anton Chekhov's Three Sisters. A side note, I won that lawsuit. My name is Diana Elizabeth Jordan. I am an award-winning actor, award-nominated director, solo artist, disability, and idea influencer. I was the first actor to get a Master of Fine Arts in Acting from Cal State Long Beach, and I run my own business. I am a black woman with natural hair wearing a teal blue dress. Now, some of you may be wondering why I just described what I look like and what I'm wearing. If you dare, please raise your hands. You all get new cars! Just kidding. I know that a lot of you can see what I look like and what I'm wearing, but as a disability and idea influencer, I know that 1 out of 4 people in America have some type of disability. I'm aware there may be people in the audience who are blind or have low vision. So I wanted to remove a potential barrier to create inclusion and equity for everyone. I have cerebral palsy, which mildly affects my speech engages is one of my many identities. In addition to being an activist and multi-happening artist, I'm a daughter, a friend, the aunt of the two most adorable boys in the universe, and that is not lying. My mom has said my nephews are the two most adorable boys in the universe, so there is proof. And I'm a sushi lover. My disability is not something I've ever felt the need to overcome any more than I would want to overcome being black or being a woman. I am proud of my multiple identities and intersections. I have an amazing family and friends. I love my life, and I'm living out my childhood dream of being an actor. I've been told by potential agents and casting directors how unrealistic my career goals were. I've had well-intentioned people talk to me about how brave I was or how I needed to be healed. I've been excluded, otherwise doubted and demeaned. It's been an incredibly rocky, frustrating, and painful journey at times. But it is moving beyond the limiting perceptions that people have had of me, both personally and professionally, that fuels and takes my passion for disability activism, transforming perceptions, social justice, and change. Our theme today is This Is Us, an exploration of how we can build communities of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. But to have true diversity, equity, and inclusion and belonging, we need to be thinking about the potential barriers that might prevent disabled and deaf communities from fully participating. Many barriers that impact deaf and disabled communities aren't even seen as barriers because they're such a natural and normalized part of our culture. Conversations about ability privilege are more challenging because unlike race or gender privilege, ability privilege is rarely talked about or even recognized. Stairs or a doorknob may not seem like a privilege, but it becomes a privilege if people with mobility differences don't have access to them. My friend, disabled activist and playwright Mike Irvin once said, "It isn't my disability that keeps me from voting. It's the inaccessible polling place." And I remember a costume designer becoming frustrated with me because I couldn't wear the high-heeled shoes she wanted me to wear. Shoes may not seem like a big deal, but for someone like me who has balance issues, shoes, the type of shoes I wear, impact how safe I feel walking in them. For equity and inclusion to have impact, we must move beyond the perception that one size fits or works for all. And while it may seem challenging to get rid of some of the pre-existing architectural barriers that exist in many of our communities, being intentional about having closed captioning for Zoom meetings and webinars, having ASL interpreters, doing a visual description like I did earlier in my presentation, being aware of the lighting and sounding in a room, and planning events at wheelchair accessible buildings, or having a portable ramp are just a few ways we can move beyond barriers to create equity and inclusion for all. Even with the best of intentions, the journey to creating a barrier-free This Is Us community can feel daunting. A seemingly harmless statement like we're all created equal may be said with good intention, but the impact, so different for those of us from historically marginalized communities. But our past doesn't have to define our future. We can learn from it, let it shape us, and move us forward. I believe that when we listen, understand, validate, and show empathy, our acronym I created called the Power of Louvre, we can gain new knowledge, and through new knowledge, powerful changes can manifest. So I offer today for consideration the power of Louvre. Listen, understand, validate, and show empathy as a transformative and actionable tool for all of us who are committed to learning from experiences that are different from our own, building bridges to connect us, and creating safer spaces to have thoughtful and heart-provoking conversations about moving beyond the barriers of ableism, racism, homophobia, and other limiting beliefs to create inclusion and equity and lasting and sustainable change. Don't limit yourselves with other people's misperceptions of you. Don't limit others with their initial thoughts and perception of them. So, what do you think when you see me walk? What do you think when you hear me talk? What do you think you can do to make a difference and create community, create the success? From my heart to yours, I thank you.
Did that take your breath away? To my 16-year-old who's in the audience and all the other young people, when your parents say, it's not the hardship you face, but the attitude you bring to it that makes your character, think about this gorgeous spirit, this woman who is going after what she wants. Can I just say, Diana, when you're winning that Oscar, we'll all be cheering for you. All right, shift of pace. How many of you have been to Burning Man? This is Sonoma County, so I know a lot of you have. How many of you have preconceived notions of what Burning Man is? I won't ask you what your notions are, because I think I know. They're probably mine too. But our next presenter is a Renaissance woman. She is a Harvard-educated burner. She is a ranger at Burning Man, and she is its treasurer of this organization that rivals Davos in terms of its reputation, and for good reason. And she brings a perspective of what Burning Man is and how it reflects our society in a way you've probably not heard before. She's the author of a book that speaks about this particular aspect of Burning Man. And so with that, I would like to introduce you to this beautiful woman who is also my friend. Please welcome to the TEDx Sonoma County stage, Jennifer Reiser.
Welcome home. That's how we greet one another at Burning Man, but it also works here in Sonoma. Yes, I go to Burning Man. Burning Man is a gathering of 80,000 people who build a temporary city in the Nevada desert. It's a week-long celebration of creativity and community. There's no running water, no electricity, no money or barter. You must bring everything you need to survive and some to share, and then take it all home with you. It's incredibly challenging, outrageously fun, and deeply meaningful. This is not a festival where you buy a ticket and wait to be entertained. Here you become the entertainment for everyone else. It's a nonstop superabundance of music, lights, costumes, sculptures, and activities, all competing for your participation. It's like a carnival on Mars. Whatever you may have heard about Burning Man is probably true. But that's not why I've been going for 18 years, or why I felt compelled to write a book about it. I wait all year to go to the most spectacular, outlandish, provocative art exhibit in the world. I go to Burning Man for the art. Art is the central foundation of this extraordinary universe we call Black Rock City, which becomes the 4th largest city in Nevada for 1 week. It functions on shared principles, which include radical self-reliance, radical inclusion, and communal effort. Art is placed at the literal and figurative center of the city, which covers 5 square miles. Over 400 pieces of large-scale art invite you to climb on them and light their fire and solve their riddles. Your participation becomes an essential piece of the art, and vice versa. There are no velvet ropes here. As a citizen of Black Rock City, it's my responsibility to determine how my participation affects the art and what it means to me. I can love a piece or not, but even if the piece doesn't speak to me, I have to wonder what the artist was trying to convey and why I didn't get the message. This individual and interactive approach to art has spawned a worldwide art movement that's touching people far beyond Black Rock City. I believe Burning Man art is the impressionism of our day, happening right here, right now. It's touching people who will never venture into the desert, but who value creativity and expression and the power of art to amplify our human experience. In Black Rock City, there are no gallery walls, just vast open space for artists to fill as massively as they can. The pieces are temporary, but they're made to withstand 80-mile-an-hour winds and heat and lightning and so much dust. They're often made from repurposed materials on a bare-bones budget. They're designed by artists and built by volunteers who donate time and money to realize a collective vision. At night, many of the pieces are illuminated with thousands of lights or fire. And each evening, a few pieces are deliberately, ritually burned to the ground. And then their ashes are cleaned up, leaving absolutely no trace except in your memory. There are no signs telling you the name of the artist, and there are no price tags. The art here is not for sale. Everything is offered as a gift. There are also no curators. Everyone is welcome to bring what they make to Black Rock City. At Burning Man, anyone can become an artist, even if they're coming to the desert or building something for the very first time. As a participant, I can wander through a 3-story maze in the shape of a giant head, or feel the heat of a serpent mother spewing flame from her jaws, or dangle below 40 tons of granite suspended on chains. One group brought a 60-foot-tall polar bear made from car hoods to remind us about fossil fuels. Another group built a giant Rubik's Cube that took 15 total strangers 5 hours to solve together. There are also art cars called mutant vehicles, so I can peel out on a 3-seated banana, or ship out on a 3-masted schooner, or be a sucker for a flaming octopus. The art can be very large, but it also can be quite small or even wearable, like this. It changes every year, but there are always pieces that dazzle us with ingenuity and remind us of our shared responsibility and call us to action. Why would anyone want to haul a giant sculpture out to the middle of a barren desert? Why would they recruit their friends, run up their debt, push themselves to the absolute limit to make art for 1 week? Because they can. At Burning Man, they can build anything their art desires. Whatever they can scheme and dream and find people crazy enough to build, they can bring to the largest art gallery on the planet. If you've ever wished you could time travel back to Paris to drink absinthe with Manet and Cassatt, or hang out in Greenwich Village with Lee Krasner and Jackson Pollock, you have another chance. You can join the definitive art movement of our day here in Black Rock City, or stay here in Sonoma and discover its influence all around you. What makes this art an actual movement? Movements happen when a group of artists rebel against the existing establishment and put forth a new set of ideas. They make art in a particular time and place that shares characteristics, materials, or techniques. They adopt a common philosophy and they influence one another. This art more than meets that definition. This art is touching all of us. Much of the art is actually made here in Santa Rosa and Glen Ellen and Petaluma. You'll recognize it in your wineries and on your hillsides. Around the world, you'll discover these pieces in parks and civic centers. You'll see them all over the internet. The Smithsonian even devoted an entire exhibit to Burning Man art. And when you go to a museum, you will discover more and more art that is interactive, touchable, and welcoming. The velvet ropes are burning down. Burning Man art responds to this particular moment in our culture, where we need to form an individual response to our complicated world. Very little has the power to surprise us anymore. But this art, wherever it appears, is a genuine source of wonder. It reminds us to dream our own dreams of the impossible and make them come true. Because if we can learn to find meaning in this collaborative, handmade art movement that happens in the middle of nowhere, we can challenge ourselves to find art that speaks to us everywhere. And I truly hope we do.
Change your mind about Burning Man? You should go for the art, you know. Our next speaker, I don't know if you noticed Jennifer's necklace, but that was a piece of Burning Man art gifted to her that also was in the Smithsonian exhibit. And thousands of people saw it, and she gets to have it in her personal collection. It's a dramatic way to enter a room. Our next presenter is another person who talks about possibilities. He's an expert on AI. He got interested in computers, he told us last night, because his father was a teacher in Germany and brought a computer home before they were cool. And he started tinkering with them, and he fell in love. Now, I know there's been a lot of hype about ChatGPT, and you could be on one side of it or the other. Some people believe it's completely evil and cynical, and others believe that that's going to be what the future holds for us, that AI will invade, it already has, every aspect of our lives. Whichever way you stand on it, Peter Graff has a perspective that I think is very, very important. So to tell you the good, the bad, and the ugly about AI, please welcome to the TEDx Sonoma County stage, Peter Graff.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. This is us, a room full of Homo sapiens, the wise men and women. We are so excited about our brains that we use it to define our entire species. And while I'm speaking and while you're watching, up to 70 billion neurons are firing in your head, trying to make sense of it. What a wonderful meat machine. And that brain made us the most intelligent thing around, more intelligent than anything we've encountered. And then there comes AI, artificial intelligence. And the question, should we be worried? Are you worried? I am worried. I'm worried not because I'm afraid of the robots taking over or a superintelligence ruling the world. I am worried because so many people are so willing to give away that superpower of decision-making that makes us human. So I've started AI when in the beginning of the 90s, and I'm dating myself, and it wasn't cool yet back then. It wasn't cool yet, and I had to wait 30 years to get on the stage. Can you imagine? I've used it in order to prove mathematical theorems. I've used it to help find roofs without solar systems, so we could sell them some. And in our company that I work right now, Genesis, a leader in contact centers and experience orchestration, we're using it to create better customer experiences. Now, today, AI is everywhere. And you know that. You're using it every day. You're using it to recognize faces with your phone, to recognize objects, speech, all these types of things. Maybe you're using it to write that poem about the US Constitution in the voice of Dr. Seuss. In business, AI is also everywhere, and it delivers incredible benefits to organizations. They're using it for things like supply chain optimization, financial analysis, planning and forecasting capabilities, or to optimize contact centers. Before we go deeper, there's one thing to remember. AI is just a tool. AI functions very, very simplistically, actually. So let me give you the 30-second crash course on how AI works. Modern AI uses what's called deep learning, which essentially mimics a brain in software. It literally creates neurons in software, in code, and it uses many, many of those neurons, more and more of them, in order to train them. It's like putting the training wheels on an AI. And an AI is not programmed in the usual way. There's no one that tells the AI, if this happens, then that should happen. The way how an AI is trained is purely by pumping data into it that's usually historic, where you know what an intelligent output would look like. And you're doing this not just with a little bit of data, you're using huge amounts of data. And in fact, ChatGPT was just mentioned, you're using the entire internet as input to train the system. So that's how it works. And once it's been trained, the training wheels get taken away. And what we do is we now expose it to new data, and we expect an intelligent output. That's how it works. So this machine has no conscience. It has no feeling. It has no agenda at this time. It's just computation. And that's what you need to understand to take away the most important sentence that I'm going to say today. AI can be wrong in the most mysterious ways and be completely unaware of it. And be completely unaware of it. And if we just hand over lots and lots of decisions to AI, we expose ourselves to unintended consequences that we cannot grasp right now. Because we can't even imagine how far we, as a species, are going to take this. Let me give you a couple of real-world examples of what happened when people put AI to work. One company used AI to sift through many, many applicants and find the ones that are most suited to do a specific job. And what happened was that the AI algorithm preferred man. Well, I told you that these things are trained with historic data, and that's what used to happen. So another one is an AI algorithm is being trained to steer a car. And it was great at evading white people because that's how it was trained, and it failed in evading people of color. Another one is an algorithm is trained to recognize specific animals on photos, and you would show it a picture of a husky, and it would insist it's a wolf, because it's been trained with lots of pictures, and most of the training data of wolves had snow in the background, and that picture of a husky also had snow in the background. Those are the kind of mistakes that happen, and it is because AI is ignorant. It will always fall back to the patterns it saw in the training data, be that for good or for bad reasons, because it needs that kind of bias in order to come to a decision. But if it's making those decisions based on the wrong aspect of the data, you'll have a bad decision. The other aspect, in addition to being ignorant, AI is a black box. Even the people who train the AI do not know how it actually makes the decision. It's like I'm trying to figure out what you're thinking by looking at your brain. It doesn't work. Somewhere there's a node in there that must be firing and making this decision. If I only wish which one. So AI is a black box, and I've played around with this for a long time. Most recently, I went to ChatGPT. If you haven't tried it, you got to try it. It's amazing. And I asked it to count down from 5 to 10. That was a trick question, right? And ChatGPT said, that can't be done because 5 is smaller than 10. I can't count down from 5 to 10. And then I became sneaky. I said, count down from 40 to 60. And you can try that tonight. And ChatGPT goes 40, 39, 38, 37, and so on. And I stopped it at minus 200. And then I asked it why it didn't reach 60, and it couldn't really answer. So AI algorithms are trained on data to produce a specific output, and that's one other challenge. So it's a black box. The third is, who is accountable for the decision that an AI makes? Example, imagine a self-driving Uber has an accident. Who is accountable? The manufacturer of the car? Uber as the owner of the car? Or the passenger in the car? Those are severe legal issues, and they're completely unresolved at this time. So what I'm talking about, if you haven't noticed, is what's called ethical AI. How do we use AI in a way that works for us? And ethical AI essentially has been grappled with, and people are trying to define what it means. European Union has definitions out, United Nations has definitions out. There's a partnership for AI where many companies are participating, including my company, Genesis. But here's the thing. Who of you was aware that this stuff existed? Who of you cares about this stuff? Let me tell you a story. I was probably 15 years ago, and I knew about climate change. You know, it's bad. You know, I shouldn't drive around that much. And then I watched An Inconvenient Truth by Al Gore. And that was my holy moly moment. It's like, I need to take this seriously. I wish I can contribute a little bit to your individual moment of an inconvenient truth around AI, because we need to insist in 3 things when it comes to AI. And let me break them down for you. Number 1, because AI is ignorant and will always perpetuate the patterns it had learned, we must insist that the training data is without bias, because otherwise we're just going to automate the mistakes from the past. And there are ways to do that. Put a diverse team at the training, test systems for bias, and so on. Number 2, because AI is a black box, we need to insist that AI explains its decisions, because that's the only way we can catch it when it's wrong. This is a wolf because there is snow in the background sounds like a strange justification to identify a picture of a husky. And last, and probably most importantly, because AI is a tool, we need to use that tool to help people make better decisions, but not replace the decision-making altogether, specifically when we're talking about really important decisions. Because right now, AI is being used to find the right agent for that customer so we maximize the profit in a contact center. Great. Or Who gets a tax audit? Fine. Who gets a discount online? Okay. But as we will move on into the future, we will be tempted to put more decision power to it. Who gets this life-saving organ as a transplant? What would be an appropriate military response? And I really want people to make these decisions, people with a conscience, people with critical thinking, people with awareness, people with empathy, and people who you can hold accountable for the decision. AI is just a tool. You can't hold the hammer accountable for hitting your thumb. There's a person who did that. So, in conclusion, the future of AI is in our hands. We need to wake up to what's happening and not let it just happen to us, but demand as society a seat at the table for data that's not biased, that trains these systems, for explanations of the decisions that these systems make. And most importantly, we need to have a conversation: which decisions do we want to give into the hands of AI? And which decisions are so near and dear to our hearts, we need to insist that humans will make those decisions who can be held accountable, and not some machine who doesn't have a conscience. Thank you.
I don't know if I'm less worried or more worried. I think we need to start an AI activism group. There are so many families in this audience. There are families associated with Sonoma Country Day School, families who live in our community, but also families of speakers. And Peter's son is in the audience. Your dad did good. It's our personal experience that informs our perspective. It's our personal experience that brings new ideas and new solutions to the table. And I'm really enjoying the stories behind the speeches. It was really interesting for me to see this very intimidating, brilliant Dr. Peter Graff from Genesis, but then to understand that his love of computers grew from the time he was a little boy, sitting at the knee of his father. It sort of makes this venue as a school more significant. Our next presenter, Gary Hirsch, also started his career through personal experience. It all started with nightmares. And now he's a world-famous artist. You probably will see his art all over Portland. He's also an applied improvisation expert, and I'll let him tell you what that is. But he's multi-talented, multi-dimensional, and his challenge to all of us, which he's going to share with you in a minute, is to let go and collaborate. So please welcome to the TEDx Sonoma County stage, Gary Hirsch.
All right. Thank you. This is exciting. You having a good time? I can tell. Awesome. Okay, well, in a few seconds, I'm going to invite one of you to come up here on stage with me. So notice what that's doing to your body right now. Yep, one of you gets to have what I'm going to call a let go moment, where you're going to let go of needing to know what the hell is going to happen next. That's going to be my invitation for you. And you're going to be taking a little bit of a risk, sure. But here's a couple of things to promise you, right? It'll be easy, non-humiliating. That's it. That's all I can promise. That's about it. But look, just notice what's happening for you. Like, we don't really like this idea, mostly. Our brains are like, hold on a second. We want to know what's going to happen. We want to be prepared. We want to be ready. And sometimes in our lives, if you're like me, our brains kind of can't shut up about that. They're like, what's going to happen next? Okay, you're walking the dog, but what happens when you get home? It's like always going on. So I want to give one of you complete freedom from all of that. Oh, blessed. You just get to come up here not knowing anything and join me and take a little bit of a risk. So let's see what happens. Can I get a volunteer to join. Yes, perfect. Who are you? What's your name? Cheryl. Keep just saying her name slowly as she comes to the stage. Cheryl. That's a little culty. Don't do that. All right, let's just clap for Cheryl. That's probably will do it. That's great. Awesome, Cheryl. Hi, Cheryl.
How do you do?
Thank you so much for coming up here. How are you feeling about this right now? How are you feeling?
Good.
Good. Me too. Yeah, do you know what's going to happen up here?
Absolutely not.
Me neither.
And you know, I love improvisation.
All right, perfect. Well, we're going to do something here, Cheryl. So in a moment, this is why this is here, Cheryl and I are going to co-create a piece of art together. That's what we're going to do. And here's how we're going to do it. This is an exercise adopted from an improv pioneer by the name of Keith Johnstone, a remarkable human being who knows a lot about this work. And this comes from his work as well. So here's what we're going to do, Cheryl. In a moment, you and I are going to create a portrait using only one pen. And here's how it's going to happen. I'm going to start just by putting an element of a face onto this pad. So I might start with an eye or a nose or a mouth or something. And then I'm going to pass you the pen, Cheryl, and you're going to add another element to it. And we're going to do this back and forth, not really talking. We're just going to notice what happens and use what the other person does. We're going to do this in the next 15 seconds, and it's going to start now. So I'm going to start here, pass it to you. Oh. Excellent. Now, as we do this, we're hopefully just letting whatever happens happen. But as soon as we hesitate, we're going to stop and name our portrait. So as soon as the flow sort of begins, we start to think a little bit. We might do that. Let's see what happens. Okay, I'm hesitating. So here we go, one letter at a time. Cheryl and I are going to name this being like this. So here we go. This is the non-vowel name you will have to decide. Oh, there it is. It's Bittergrifferu. Cheryl, amazing. Thank you. That was incredible. Cheryl, big hand for Cheryl. Yes, of course. I wonder what the art critics would say about this. You decide. So, Cheryl, thank you for doing that. It would not be fair, though, Cheryl, if you're the only one to have this let-go experience. So, yes, you can take a seat if you like, but here is the Oprah moment. Underneath every other chair is a pen and a piece of paper. So if you can reach under and access that, if it's there, and if it's not, partner up with someone who has one. So there'll be a little bit of chaos and rustling that'll happen now to do this. So find a single piece of paper and a pen. In a moment, you're going to do what Cheryl and I just did. So hold on to those just for a second, get them ready. Perfect. Awesome. If you do not have access to a partner with a piece of paper, you can do this in 3s or 4s even. But what you'll want to do in the next 2 minutes with your partner is what Cheryl and I just did. One of you will start with an element, you'll add to it, you'll name it, and you'll co-create a bit together. On your marks, pass your pen back and forth. Get set. Go. Make some art. Excellent, you got another 30 seconds. So keep it rolling. As soon as you hesitate, name your creature one letter at a time. Excellent. 15 seconds. If you haven't started your naming, now's a good time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Nice job. Yes, clap for yourselves. I don't know what you made. All right. So, we're going to talk about this in a second, but first, you actually bring the lights up one more time. I'd love for you just to show the people around you your creation. Just go ahead and like do this, a little bit of that. All right, lovely, cool, thank you. Awesome. So, here's what my invitation to you is. I'm the last thing before the break, and we're going to create a little Let Go gallery out in the lobby. You're going to bring your creations out there. There'll be some walls for you to put up there. You'll be able to look at other people's work, which should be fun, I think. So what is going on here, and why did I have you do this? Here's why. Because when you let go of a little bit of inhibition, perhaps you just made this with a stranger. Maybe it wasn't the person you came with to TEDx. When you let go of just a little bit of fear of the unknown. I don't do art. You let go a little bit of control. Wait a minute, I didn't want an eye there. I wanted a nose. When you do this, something magical happens. You make yourself available to be changed by another person. Available to be changed. We go through life wanting things to be a certain way, but we can find experiences where we let go just a little bit, find a let go moment, and create something that you could never have made by yourselves. So as an improviser and as an artist and as a facilitator, I am deeply fascinated by what happens when people come together to make things. And what I've noticed is that there is an incredible alchemy when there's intention and when there's ideas, when there's histories, and those things collide under the right conditions. You can create things that you could never have made by yourself with other people. Math goes away. 1 + 1 does equal 4 when you start to work like this. And so when people co-create and let go to do it, it can help build community, it can help build a deeper connection with humanity. And what I realized is I discovered this when I was really, really young. I just didn't know it. So when I was really young, I would have these terrible nightmares. These nightmares where there'd be monsters chasing me through graveyards, and I would just be screaming, and I'd wake up and I'd still be there. They were awful. And I would get up and I would sort of trot over to my parents' room, and my dad would wake up with me, and he goes, "Nightmares?" I go, "Yeah." And he would lead me by the hand down to the kitchen, sit me down on a stool, and put in my favorite cinnamon toast. And then he would hand me a pen or a pencil and some paper. And he said to me, "Look, I'd like to see these. Show me these monsters that are chasing you in your dreams." And so I would start to draw them. And I would draw them night after night, and he would sit next to me. And this is like in the middle of the night, we should be sleeping. And he would start to work with me on them. He'd actually start to name them. He goes, "Oh, that looks like a turnip head monster." I was like, "Okay," and he'd write that down there. And I got really lucky because my parents saved these drawings. So here's an example. Yeah, I know, that's what I thought too. When I saw them, I was like, whoa, that's the best stuff I've ever made. And I still feel that way. So you can see it says lamp, you can't really read it, but lamppost monster is his writing there. And so we would do this, and this was our ritual, and I would use art to work through my fear. And I would continue to draw these, and then one night, and of course we were letting go right then. We were letting go of our need to sleep, basically. We were like, so that was my first let go moment. And then we had sort of an ultimate let go one evening where same thing happened, terrible nightmare, go downstairs, and he says, "I'm not going to give you a pen this time." And he hands me an eraser, and he goes, "Well, you've made these monsters, you can make them go away." And he had me start to erase my drawings, which I did. And over weeks of this and drawing and back and forth and co-creating, my nightmares began to fade, and they eventually went away. Sort of. Because then I got older, and my nightmares just evolved into real stuff, like life and work and money and children. So the fear was always there, but I always kept drawing to help me with that experience. And my monsters kept evolving too in my artwork. And so I never stopped drawing monsters, and I still do. But a few years ago, I started to draw these. So what are these? This is just a little robot drawn on the back of a domino. I call them Bot Joy. And I make lots of different bots. I started by making just joy bots. And I would take these joy bots and I'd leave them on the street for strangers to find. And I travel a lot in my work, and I would make hundreds of them, and I just leave them. So if someone was astute enough and observant enough while they're walking down the street to see something small, they would be rewarded by a little piece of joy, and they get a joy bot. And then I thought, wow, what other kind of bots can I make? So I started making brave bots to give to people who might need a little bit of courage. So I started to give these to kids in children's hospitals and to their caregivers, and they would get brave bots, and they sometimes would come with these operating instructions. Now again, this is just a drawing on the back of a domino. They don't actually talk to you. This is not AI. Not yet. But they'd have these instructions. And these instructions would invite people to have the domino stay with them. And then when needed, it would give them what they needed. A little bit of hope, a little bit of courage. And I have one with me here. And I started this about 2010. This is domino number 68,154. Out of infinity. Oh, don't clap. I'm crazy. I shouldn't be doing this. Are you kidding? It's like I have no life. Is I just draw dominoes on robots. Seriously. But the thing about this is that I wanted a piece of art that would help. I wanted a piece of art that would support people, that would recognize people, that would celebrate people, and allow for people to give it to each other. So the reason why this is important in this Let Go experience is that one day I had to let go of this project too. So one day I get an email from a hospital, and this was the request. We love this project. We've gotten hold of it. We understand how it works, and we need it in our hospital. We need it badly. Our kids, our child life specialists would love this as a piece of support for kids that are coming through the hospital. We need 4,000 of them in a week. And so that was an incredibly hard thing to hear because I couldn't do it. So my realization is that my thing was the problem. I was the problem. I was the bottleneck of my own project. If I wanted this to have an impact, I couldn't be the only one to do it. But I had a whole bunch of identity and ego and everything else wrapped up in it, which I had to let go of. So literally the next day on my website, I put up a invitation to the world. It just said, steal this idea. And I put a video of how to make these little things on it. And remarkably, the world listened. And so now there are hundreds and hundreds of students and teachers and activists and artists and human beings that are making all sorts of different bots. And I don't even hardly ever know about it, which is perfect, because I don't need to. It's got its own life. There's hope bots and brave bots. Someone made some writer's block bots because they couldn't finish their book. And it's remarkable. And so this was a piece of letting go that has been the most fulfilling for me. It's a incredibly fulfilling idea. So here is my question for you. What can you let go of? Can you let go of your ego and grab that guitar and hop up onto that open mic stage and go, ta-da, hello world? Can you do it? Can you let go of that? Can you let go of your preconceived ideas? You know, there's that neighbor that you never talk to. You're like, I'm not sure about them. Can you just invite them over for a visit and actually see what happens? You know? Can you let go of your fear and speak your truth, the thing that's true for you, even in the face of people that may not agree with you? That is my hope, because my hope is that the idea of letting go can bring community and humanity together. So my invitation for you is, please, let go. Make something wonderful with someone else. Thank you.
Guess what I have in my pocket? Gary gave me a Joybot. I'm going on a 3-week trip tomorrow. France first and then Uruguay. A lot of planes, a lot of possibilities for lost luggage, which seems to happen more and more. This Joybot is going to be in my pocket. It's going to help me deal with the challenges of travel. It's time for our 30-minute stretch break. We're halfway through the program, and the time has flown by, hasn't it? I mean, what amazing speakers. I promise you the second half is just as powerful. But we're going to give you a little bit of a break now. But we have a couple of assignments during the break. First, post your portrait in the gallery and take a photo with it and post it on our social media site or on your social media site. As part of the This Is Us theme, we also have lovely nonprofits with which Sonoma Country Day or some of the speakers are affiliated. They're out in the gallery. Talk to them. We happen to live in Sonoma County, which I think has more not-for-profits per capita than any other county in America or something like that. We're very lucky. So go get to know them. They're doing incredible work in our community. Then grab a snack, refresh, connect with friends and family, and we'll see you in 30 minutes.
Is about to resume. Please take your seats. The program is about to resume.
Oh, good. Okay.
Please take your seats. Our program is about to resume. Welcome back, everyone. It is now my pleasure to introduce two chamber ensembles comprised of members of the Santa Rosa Youth Orchestra and the Young People's Chamber Orchestra. These talented students are from Annalee High School, Maria Cabrera High School, Rincon Valley Middle School, Summerfield Waldorf School, and Technology High School, and are between 12 and 17 years old. The first trio performing is the Young People's Chamber Orchestra String Trio, and our musicians are Yihu Wang and Melanie Zhang on violin and Max Zhang on cello, who will be performing Ein kleine Nachtmusik, or as we might say, a little night music, and Allegro by Mozart. That's amazing. Next, we will have the Santa Rosa Symphony Youth Orchestra Double Reed Trio, and our musicians in that group include Sam Oren and Luca Bizzacca on oboe and Fisher Lamborn on bassoon. They will be performing Trio Sonata in G minor and RV 81 by Antonio Vivaldi. Please join me in thanking these amazing young musicians. The students work with seasoned musicians and educators who are conductors, coaches, and teachers, including members of the Santa Rosa Symphony, Santa Rosa Symphony's educational program, and it has been an integral part of the Symphony's mission and focus for more than 70 years.
Moment of awe? Our next presenter is one of ours. She grew up in our community and is very active here. She's a mom, she's a pilot, she's an entrepreneur, but she's also here because she's passionate about early detection of breast cancer, once again informed by her own journey. She told me before the show she's never done anything like this. It's really big for her, but her message is so powerful. So please welcome our next presenter to the TEDx Sonoma County stage, Tara Jasper.
Hi. I'm Tara Jasper. I'm a 45-year-old mother of 3, a pilot, and a gin distiller. But this story is not just about me. This is about sparing 30,000 women every year the same fate that I had of being a breast cancer survivor when my cancer was preventable. 30,000 women every year just in the United States get breast or ovarian cancer when their cancer could have been prevented, because we have the tools today to prevent 10% of these female cancers, and we're not using the tools effectively. So here's what I know. Mary Claire King discovered the first BRCA gene in 1994. And then in 1998, those genes were patented, and the cost of a test was $10,000 at that time, because only one company could test for them. The very next year is when my mom, Carol, was diagnosed with stage 4. And she's no longer with us. But this is her friend Judith. Her friend Judith got to have a BRCA test and found out she had the mutation. And this picture was taken the other day. She is a healthy, strong 70-year-old woman today. So this is the difference that this test can make. And it's a very simple test. So in 2013, the Supreme Court agreed with me here. And they struck down that patent and said that no life-saving genetic information could be patented. And then numerous companies begin testing, and the cost immediately goes down to $5,000 in that year. That's also when you might have heard about Angelina Jolie going public with her results, that she is a carrier of the mutation of the BRCA gene, just like me. And she went ahead and did her double mastectomy at age 37. So quite a brave woman there. Now, the American Cancer Association has not changed their guidelines. And this is what our doctors, when we talk to our doctors, they follow these guidelines. And they were the same back then as they are still today. And that is that you have to have 2 people in your family who have breast or ovarian cancer, or 1 55 and under, in order to qualify to have a genetic test. Yeah, so spurred on by Angelina Jolie, I decided to, whoops, I skipped a part. Let's go back. So, thanks. We don't want to skip him. Okay. So Angelina, so the American Cancer Association and their guidelines. This is really important, so I'm glad that he reminded me. They really are only focusing on the fact of the family history and this gene coming from your mom's side. But this gene can be inherited from your father's side as well. And I'm not a doctor, but I do know that men don't have ovaries, and most of the time they don't have breasts, and even the manliest of man can carry the BRCA gene, and then there would be no family history. So this is why there are so many people. This is why we know that 30,000 every year are getting diagnosed with cancer, and then they're finding out they had the gene afterwards, like me. That's too many. That's unacceptable. So 6 years after Angelina went public, I decided to ask my doctor if I could be tested. And actually, that's not true. Rewind. So right after Angelina did that is when I asked, and I was told no because my mom was 57. My sister also asked. We were both told that we didn't need to have a BRCA test. 6 years later is when I found the lump, and it was cancer. And I was very lucky I found it very early, but it would be much better to not have cancer, because then there's always the fear of reoccurrence. And the thing for me is, I said to my doctor right away, well, great, this means I qualify for a BRCA test, right? And so they send me to the genetic counselor, and there's a 2-month wait to speak to a genetic counselor. And then that's the only person in my healthcare system who could order me a test. And the reason I decided to come and talk at TED here today is because I really wanted to share this part of my story. And this is when I got incredibly lucky. And I want to share this luck with all of you and everyone, because our system is failing us right now. And until they fix it, we need to fight for our own right to live. So a friend who's in the audience somewhere today, her husband is a breast cancer doctor at another healthcare facility, and he told me how to get a BRCA test. Really simple. 3 days later, not expensive, I found out that I had the gene. It's a $250 test, you guys. So then I was able to take that back to my doctor and qualify for a double M. I call it the free boob job. And this is the other important part of my message. So yes, it is like a boob job. It's not the double mastectomy that it used to be. 10 years ago, they totally reinvented the surgery. So they save your skin, they save your nipples. It's all still just you, and it's gorgeous. They're prettier than they were before. You get to, I swear, I want to show you, but they won't let me. They're amazing, and you get to pump them up whatever size you want, and they build in a bra. They build in a bra. Like, it's amazing. Like, everybody should want this. But I'm serious. It's not a scary thing anymore. So that is how we used to think about this, and we need to change the way we think about it. And so you might be asking why they haven't changed the guidelines. Basically, what I hear is that this might overwhelm the system if they say, hey, we want to test everybody all at once. But I think that someday this will be just like the colonoscopy. At a certain age, everybody finds out 25 would be a great age. That way you can plan to have kids. You can plan your life accordingly. Men and women both need to know because there are a few male cancers that are connected to this as well. This is fabulous technology that right now we're not taking advantage of. And so the last thing is that you don't need to even ask your doctor. Just go online and order yourself a BRCA test. It will come to the house. You spit in a tube. There's no blood involved. It's saliva now. Best $200 you could ever spend. So thank you so much. Oh.
Thank you, Tara. I lost my mother to breast cancer when she was 64, and I'm ashamed to say that I haven't tested for that gene, but I'm going to do that as soon as I get back from my trip. And if you have a sister, a daughter, a mother, a wife, make sure that they've been tested, because sometimes family history goes unspoken about, or hidden, or undiagnosed. So definitely take this message. It's immediately actionable. Now, are you ready to hear the next speaker? I want to ask again, are you ready to hear the next speaker? It's a yes or no question. It was actually a trick question, because our next speaker is going to talk about the power of no. Again, another Sonoma County girl, grew up in Sebastopol, but now travels all over the world consulting on this particular topic. So I'm very excited to introduce to you our next speaker on the TEDx Sonoma County stage, Dia Bondi.
For years, I co-conspired with my clients to leave money and opportunity on the table, and I didn't even know I was doing it until I went to auctioneering school. A few years ago, I went to auctioneering school for fun, for an adventure, for an experiment. It was me and 100 cowboys in a training room in a run-of-the-mill hotel on the side of the highway somewhere in the Midwest, learning to sell everything from cattle to real estate to art to $5 box lots like you might find at a local garage sale. $100 bidder, now two, would you give me two? It was something like that. I turned that little adventure into an impact hobby, and when I got back home, I started doing fundraising auctioneering for women-led nonprofits and nonprofits benefiting women and girls, because it's kind of my jam. And a few dozen fundraisers later, my two worlds came crashing together: communications and auctioneering. And I now saw how I had been helping my clients lowball themselves and undermine the power of the asks that they were making in their businesses, in their careers, and in life. Here's how I saw it. So my clients come to me when they need to speak powerfully and use their voice to lead at really critical moments. And we have to know where they're going with their pitch or with their story. So we always start with the question, what do you want? What are you asking for? And it's usually something like budget, head count, opportunity to elevate their visibility in their organization or industry, a chance to run a big project. It is something in my skills workshops, folks make more personal requests like those, but from investment to a personal opportunity, once we know what the thing it is that they're asking for, I need to understand how much of that thing are you asking for? The size, the amount, the quantifiables. And this is when the hand-wringing starts. And I'm met with another question, which is, well, Dia, what do you think I can get? And for years, I was like, great question. What do you think you can get? And we'd game it all out, landing on an amount or a size that we thought we'd get a yes to, and then we'd go for that. And when they got that yes, it would be like high fives all around. Go, psh, look at us. It was just a big score. But that's not what we do as auctioneers. If I open a bidding right now at $100 and paddles go in the air and I say sold to the first one I saw, what have I done? I've left money on the table, never really knowing what I could have gotten. And how do I know what's possible in a negotiation? It's by focusing on one thing and one thing only, and it's that little and wonderful word, no. When I'm auctioneering, I don't look for a yes. I look for a no, and when I get it, I sell for the price or the amount just beneath that. No lets me know I've maximized the opportunity of that ask. No is great news. I can't even sell anything until I get a no, because it lets me know that I've what? I've hit the ceiling of what's possible. No is not a bad word. Now, I know, since I had this insight, I asked myself this question, what if we all asked like auctioneers? Now, I know that you're not in competitive bidding situations when you go to make the asks that matter in your life, in your business, and in your career, but we do have the opportunity not to craft our asks based on, hey, what do you think I can get? But instead on what we think will threaten a no, and then go for that. But why don't we? We don't, because everything between a guaranteed yes and that menacing word no lives in a place I like to call the zone of freaking out. Or for short, you can just call it the ZOFO. The ZOFO gives us that feeling, doesn't it? That feeling that says things to you like, how dare you? Who do you think you are? You're going to ruin everything. But the ZOFO is also where all the potential is. It's where we challenge our assumptions about what's possible. It's where we honor ourselves and what we want and need to reach our goals. And when we're in it, we get more. And if you can get that no and negotiate down, you can be sure, you will be certain you've left nothing on the table. So we can actually reread that feeling we get when we're in our own personal ZOFOs, not as a feeling that we're trespassing, that instead, not as a feeling that we're doing something bad, but as a feeling that we're actually challenge our own assumptions to what's possible, an opportunity for us to stand up for our dreams for ourselves and not let the word no hold hostage the potential of the ask we're about to make. So if the ZOFO is where all the potential is, we have to actually get into it. But how, when it can feel so scary and so ZOFO-ish? Well, here are two ideas, two insights, my favorite two insights, 2 of 9, actually, that I got from my time on the auctioneering stage to help you and me and all of us step into our ZOFOs so we can ask for more and get it. Insight number 1. People are irrational. And if you don't like that, think of it like this. Their rationale for what they might and should say yes or no to is not your rationale for what you might or should say yes to. Just a few years ago, I sold at auction a one-night camping trip for 12 people for $55,000. Twice. What? Way more than we thought it would and should go for. That same year, I sold at auction what was supposed to be a $10,000 piece of art for $4,500. Way less than we thought it should go for. Irrational. So stop deciding for other people what they'll say yes or no to. Instead, just get into your Zofo, go for that no, and ask and find out. Insight number 2. You ready for this one? Price is a measure of value, not worth. That's to say, price, what somebody will do or pay, is a way for us to see what they value and how they value it, not a way for us to measure or define our own worth or worthiness, because that is infinite. And value is so contextual. $1 or one camping trip or one piece of art can mean so much to one and so little to another. So get out of your head, get into your Zofo, go for that no, and ask and find out. Some of the most important and transformational asks I've made in my life have been ones squarely from my Zofo. They have shifted my perspective, changed the trajectory of my career. They've ignited relationships and partnerships that have turned my world and life technicolor. I remember one in particular I made early in my career. It was such a simple ask, and it wasn't about money. It was about somebody's time and attention and investment in me. And at its core was this ask: will you teach me? My hands were shaking when I made this ask because I was sure they were going to say, no, not you. But they said yes, and the next thing I knew, I was on an airplane to New York. And in that shaky hands moment, I was challenging what I thought was possible for me. I was standing up for my own dreams for myself, and I was refusing to lowball myself, refusing to be tempted by that nasty little word yes that begs us to keep our asks small and reasonable and limited only to what is guaranteed. I was unknowingly asking like an auctioneer. And now that I have this framework and this set of insights, including those 2 of my favorite, it can be really quite fun and exciting to get into the Zofo and to challenge what we think is possible. It can reveal all kinds of things. Just last year, I wrote a proposal for a prospective client, and nudged by my team to make it big and juicy and Zofo-ish, I sent it off. I didn't even hold my breath because I was sure I'd get a quick no and we'd have a conversation. But nope. We got a yes. And instead of high fives all around, we were like, no! We got a yes! Why? Because we knew we'd left something on the table, and we had a really good laugh about it. And I was still surprised and delighted because the yes I got was still so much more than the yes I would have designed for. So ask like an auctioneer, step into your Zofo, go for that no, and you'll get more every time. Now, there will be times when you get a hard no, and that will be that. But I'm not worried about you because I know you'll always find and have other bidders. So I don't co-conspire with my clients anymore to leave money and opportunity on the table. Instead, we ask like an auctioneer, we step into our Zofo, we go for that no, and we make the kinds of asks that can change everything. Thanks.
So I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? I always like to get the bad news out of the way. So the bad news is that Ed Lu, who was supposed to speak today, the astronaut, had to cancel at the very last minute. His son was in the state soccer championships. It's his senior year, the last game, and Ed couldn't miss it. So we find this out on Wednesday, and Marilyn and I were in our Zofo. So we said, what's the biggest thing we can ask for? So we made a phone call and called a friend who's in the audience and said, Danica, we know that Ed's co-founder in B612 is also an astronaut and is an amazing American and human being. Do you think he would substitute for Ed? And of course we got no. But then, somehow, because we stepped into our Zofo, and Danica really put some pressure on this new person. Thursday morning, we had a yes. So, because that's what astronauts do for each other. I can proudly say I now know 2 astronauts. To me, they're bigger than movie stars, I have to say. So, guess where this speaker, who you're going to meet in a minute, was on this day some years ago. He was on Apollo 9 piloting the lunar module. And you know when Jonah talked about opening the door and looking down on Earth and having that moment of awe? Well, Rusty Schweikart, the pilot of Apollo 9, or the lunar module pilot on Apollo 9, had that moment. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome astronaut, engineer, fighter pilot, Sonoma County resident, Rusty Schweikart.
Thanks, Anisha. The universe works in weird ways sometimes. Well, are you ready to take the trip of a lifetime? If you and I can work this together right, that's what this will be. Not just my lifetime of 87 years so far, which I want to share with you, but by the time we're done, if we do this correctly, this will be your experience as well, and that's the intent here. So I want to start out by saying that, again, 54 years ago, I was in orbit now. Next Wednesday, the image on the upper left will be where I was 54 circuits around the sun ago, and where I invite you to join me now. That is your challenge, is to become me as I review with you what happened to me that changed my life in this moment in space. This moment is really a little weird. Let me first set a context for those of you who are really pretty young, that is, younger than 60 years old. You may not remember that Apollo 9 was the third mission of the Apollo series. It was the first flight of the lunar module, and we flew in Earth orbit. And I was the lunar module pilot. And one of the jobs that I had, or one of the mission objectives, was to be able externally to transfer from the lunar module, which you can see me on the lower right there, standing on what we call the front porch. But in the upper left, I'm halfway up that handrail you can see on the lower right. And halfway up that handrail in this task that I had to transfer, the movie camera that Dave Scott was taking or making movies of me doing this for documentary purposes jammed, and he said, "Oh my God, the camera just jammed." And Jim McDivitt said, "Okay, Dave, I'm going to give you 5 minutes to fix the camera. Rusty, stay right there." Yes, sir. Nothing like being unemployed in space for 5 minutes. So magically, somehow, and I really don't know what that wonderful impulse was, but I said to myself for that 5 minutes, okay, you are a human being here, let this come in. You're not an astronaut for 5 minutes. And so I let go, I held the handrail with my left hand, I let go with my right hand, as you can see in the upper left there. And I turned around so that I could really see the full Earth and the beauty before me. Now, what happened then was a flood of questions. Because I had opened myself up purposely, a flood of questions came. How did I get here? Why am I here? What's going on? What's really happening here? What do I mean when I say, how did I get here? Who am I? Am I me or am I us? Okay? Be here now with me on this. Put yourself there. These questions came flooding in, and I didn't even try to answer them at that moment. But there were two things immediately that I understood and brought back with me. Number one, that I was there as a representative of humanity, of mankind, at that moment in time. And two, that my responsibility as a result of that was to bring that experience back down to Earth, to people here. But over the years, the subsequent years, I integrated and thought about those questions that went through my mind. And one of the other inputs that shaped my thinking from that moment on was this experience of the guys 3 months ahead of me who had flown Bill Anders, Frank Borman, and Jim Lovell, and they were the first human beings to fly out around the moon. And at one moment, Frank turned the spacecraft around, and shockingly, it totally shocked them because they were not expecting to look out the window and see this incredible scene. But they took a picture of it, and it is, of course, the iconic photo of Earthrise. Now, as I thought more about this experience and put myself in the place of especially my good friend Bill Anders, who was the one who took this picture, I realized, I had a kind of aha, no wonder this is in fact cosmic birth. I realized that that's the correct name for this experience. Again, not that Bill and Frank and Jim were having, but that we all had and are in the middle of. This is cosmic birth. Now, you and I may not remember it, but the reason we are here is because when we were feti, or fetuses, whatever, we put too much demand on our moms for new resources to keep growing. We produced too much waste, and mom couldn't handle it, and so she started having contractions and whatnot, and out we came. Okay? That is no different from what's going on here to us collectively at this moment in history. So I've come to call this and understand this process that we are collectively in as the moment of cosmic birth. This is a unique moment in time. It happens once wherever intelligence reaches this point in its evolution. Now, of course, evolution didn't start with us here. Evolution started 13.7 billion years ago at the time of the Big Bang. And I'm not going to go through this timeline out to the right from the Big Bang in any detail. It's really interesting, and it's called big history in terms of our relationship to this. And we have a relationship to it. All of us are star stuff. That's where we came from. We're made of stuff that was created way back to the left in this diagram. Okay? And I'm not going to go through it, but let's say that we had a quantum soup that was incredibly hot and lasted for only a couple of seconds, and that then turned into what we know as physics, classical physics, the creation of atoms, and out of atoms, stars, and out of those stars exploding more atoms until it made the whole panoply of, that we call today the periodic table. Right? And the periodic table then enabled the formation of chemistry. And chemistry evolved, got more and more complex until hydrocarbons and other very complex things are created. And at a magic moment in time, back a couple of billion years ago at least, but we don't know it exactly, chemistry enabled the emergence of horns, biology. Okay? Now, we don't understand that process that happened there, but biology introduced intentionality into the universe. You know, physics and chemistry don't give a damn. They just are. But biology wants to survive. Any biological entity, by definition, manipulates its environment around it in order to enhance its survival. That is one of the fundamental things about biology. It grows, it evolves, it reproduces, it cares about living and growing. And of course, out of that magical moment in history of the universe's evolution, emerged biology, and out of that us. Intelligence, self-awareness, self-consciousness, hopefully wisdom, right? And so here we are, able to have created machines which both allow us to look back using telescopes, computers, our own intelligence to understand that we are part of this long process. And this process, by the way, is not just one line from the Big Bang to us. It's one line in every direction to probably millions or billions of other examples of the same process. And look the other way, turn around from the thinker, and look the other way, again, using machines, which are our partners in our evolution, to go through and enter this process of cosmic birth. Okay? Now, what do you do with that? Okay? Well, one of the things that you realize when you think seriously about this is that there are some really serious existential issues at stake here. All right? Cosmic birth is a moment, as in our birth, where life and death come very, very close together. And historically, a lot of people didn't make it. And I have absolutely no doubt that throughout the universe, there are many, many failures at this moment in the evolutionary process. It is an extremely narrow channel that we pass through. And the question is, how do we understand ourselves? Are we individuals or are we collectively life? And do we have a common interest which can overcome the jealousies, the greed, the self-interest, whether as individuals or tribes or whatever, which are going to make this narrow passage extremely difficult to get through. So one of the things is, what do we do about this? Well, you know, as an astronaut, a pilot, somewhat astronomer, whatnot, but certainly engineers and scientists, a group of us got together and said, what can we do? Well, one of the existential challenges, the dinosaurs weren't able to manage, right? We know that this is an existential threat. We're finding more and more asteroids. So one of the questions was, okay, can we eliminate at least this potential, seemingly technical, existential threat from the continued evolution of humanity, of life as we know it? This experiment we're all involved in on Mother Earth. Okay, so we looked at that. Now here you see these diagrams. This is the inner solar system, and of course the largest circle there is Jupiter. The largest planet here is Jupiter, and Jupiter is kind of a brute. Now, what I've eliminated from this slide is the main belt of asteroids between Jupiter and Mars, taking them out, but what's left are a whole series of Jupiter's heavy weight in the universe, which has caused a lot of these asteroids to dip into the inner solar system beyond the orbit of Earth, that is closer to the Sun at their perihelion than the Earth's orbit. So in that passage, they cross across Earth's orbit every time they go around. And some of those crossings are three-dimensional intersections. Think of two superhighways that literally cross in 3 dimensions. Now, you've got to get away from your two-dimensional thinking with highways, but okay, so about 5% of those asteroids that go in closer to the Sun than the Earth's orbit are actually three-dimensional intersections. And of course, as the Earth goes around and goes through the intersection, and the asteroid goes through the intersection, if they happen to be there at the same time, bang, right? So this, we knew, wiped out our buddies, thankfully, in a way, the dinos, but we don't like this anymore. We said, hey, can we do something about this? Can we eliminate this existential threat to continued evolution? And the answer that we found back in around 2000 was yes, we have the technology to protect life. Let me say this in a different, more audacious way. We have the technology today to eliminate this existential threat by restructuring the universe, the local universe called the solar system, to enhance the survival of our life. Okay? That is what this is about. And what we need to do is make sure that if the asteroid is going to be there in that intersection along with the Earth, that we delay its arrival or we accelerate its arrival to go through the intersection when the Earth is not there. And that's what this was about. So how do we do this? Well, we got 3 big things to do. One is you got to find them. If you find them, then you can figure out their orbits, and you can predict ahead, is there going to be an intersection? Are we going to be in the intersection at the same time? Well, that was a big telescope about to come online 5 years ago in the upper right. I was down there in southern Chile while this big Rubin telescope was being constructed, and the lower right, the camera, which is really almost more important, in some ways more important than the mirror involved, was about to be shipped out of the California South Bay down to Chile and be installed. But these things are extremely expensive, and the organization that Ed and I and others founded, that you've heard about, B612 Foundation, came up or are coming up with a technology using data mining and high-speed computing to actually save a lot of the costs and to find many more. So we can find, technologically, we can find these things. Okay, so if you find them, great. The next thing you got to do, if one's got your address on it, is deflect it, right? Okay, how do you do that? Well, As I said, all you need to do is change the arrival. If you know one's going to hit you in 15 years, what you need to do is go up as soon as you can, hit it, change its speed very slightly, which then is going to change its arrival time at the intersection. And you want the Earth to go through the intersection before the asteroid gets there, or the asteroid to go through the intersection before the Earth gets there. That's the job, okay? And we just proved in September that we have the technology to do this. Well and good. We can have the technology to find them and predict impacts, and we can have the technology to do something about it, but somebody's got to make a decision. There we come back to the reality of human life and existence, okay? This is not a technical issue. Let me illustrate the dilemma associated with this. The unfortunate aspect about the technology of moving an asteroid, okay, is that if you deflect it, in fact, what you're doing effectively, I'm just going to give you the result of a deflection in the process of it being done, is to take the pre-planned, if you will, natural impact point on the Earth, and you're dragging it across the Earth and off the leading edge. Or, conversely, you can slow it down instead of speeding it up and drag it off the backside of the Earth, right? Terrific. But the people at risk, the risk is changed as you do that, because that impact point moves across the Earth in that process. So people who were not initially at risk become at risk temporarily until everyone is free of risk, until the risk is eliminated for everybody. Okay, so the people who live along that direction say, oh, deflect it that way. And the people who live over here say, no, deflect it that way, right? Who decides? You're talking about the upcoming president of France, for example, saying, oh my God, 5 years from now, are we going to give permission to drag that thing across my country? Am I going to get elected if I give that permission? Think about that, the geopolitical issue, right? It's really, really tough. Okay, now what I want to suggest here is that I want to use an example. Put yourself in the place of an individual starling. That's us. We peck around, we eat, we do whatever, right? But when there's danger, or when we sense something dangerous, we end up in a flock of 10,000 starlings in a murmuration. If you've ever seen a murmuration of starlings, or in the ocean you see fish going, that enhances survival. But they recognize that their survival is enhanced by being together as one thing, as one entity. We have a hard time recognizing that we are not just individuals, but we are a collective life. And that's the kind of action that's necessary in order for us to move. And that's the responsibility of this organization. And what I'm about to show you is one of the best definitions of the United Nations I've ever seen. Okay? All hat and no cattle. But my God, what a hat. Okay? That hat is the welfare of all of life that we know. That's what the responsibility is. It's very frustrating working with the United Nations. It's hell getting a decision. But when the United Nations makes a decision, the world has made a decision. And that's really impressive. And we took that to the United Nations, and you saw a picture there. Okay? So here we are at this moment in the evolution of life as we know it. We also know that we're not alone in this process, that this has happened throughout the universe. We don't know what it looks like after cosmic birth, and it's going to take a lot of wisdom and recognition that we have a collective as well as individual responsibility to join that community out there at some wonderful moment in the future, provided we're wise enough. Thank you.
An 87-year-old rock star. Thank you to Rusty and the B612 Foundation and the Asteroid Institute for looking out for our collective welfare. Now we're going to travel from space all the way back to this spot, this land. This was Indian land. This was Pomo land. And our next speaker comes from a background that understands how important this land is and how important that native hands tend native land. So she can explain it much better than I can, but Dr. Melissa Nelson is a cultural conservancy expert. She understands plants and animals and land and people, and she's able to put a story together very much like Rusty did. If any one of us tried to tell that story of our evolution, I'm sure we couldn't pull it off. And the same thing is true about Melissa's very beautiful talk. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Melissa Nelson.
Bujunen dinoi maganitug, Melissa Nindijni kaz, Makunsi gabawiki dash nindigo, Nin anishtabe ikwe piju do dame, Mikanakwa juing, Turtle Mountain Chippewa, Nindunji ba, Miyu, Miigwech. Hello, Sonoma County. I greeted you all in the Ojibwe or Chippewa language of my ancestors from my mother's line. It is an endangered language, and I am proud to speak just a bit of it to share with you the sound of the land of the people of the Ojibwe Nation. I am here to talk with you as a mixed-race Native American woman about returning native lands to native hands and native hands to native lands. We are coming back to Earth. It was great to be in the macro. We're going to get into the micro. So, did you know you are on native lands? You are on native lands. We are on native lands. Here in Sonoma County, we are on the beautiful lands of the Coast Miwok and Pomo peoples. We are surrounded by half a dozen sovereign nations. To the south of us, the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria. To the northwest of us, the Kushaya Pomo Nation. To the northeast of us, the Dry Creek Pomo. Right next door to us, the Lytton Springs Rancheria. These are proud sovereign nations that have histories of this land going back at least 10,000 years or since time immemorial, as they portray in their creation and migration stories. I don't know if you also know that the native people of California are renowned plant specialists. They are herbalists, basket makers, medicine makers, botanists. Their understanding of tule and redbud and willow and dogbane, so many beautiful plant species that are often endangered today. If we want to restore the rich biodiversity of Sonoma County, we must return land to Native people who have time-tested practices for conserving, protecting, restoring, and utilizing the indigenous plants, flora, and fauna in a sustainable way. I have been very privileged and honored to travel around the world and meet with indigenous peoples from the Arctic to the Amazon. And everywhere you go, we have this teaching that was shared to us by the great Dr. Leroy Little Bear. And that is, as indigenous people, we find our cultural resilience in the medicines of the land. We cannot separate land and culture anymore. That is a division we're ready to get rid of, right, people? We need to transform this division we've made between people and place. And we need to look to the traditional ecological knowledge of indigenous peoples who have been conservers and protectors of this knowledge for ages. So I am involved with an exciting movement, and I want you to be involved with it too. It's called the Land Back Movement and the Land Rematriation Movement. This movement is about restoring our relationships and honoring the first peoples of the land. It's about addressing historical injustices and contemporary injustices. Native peoples in the United States only control 4% of their original lands. The Native people in California only control less than 1%. But that is changing with the land back movement and the land rematriation movement. We can address these historical injustices and create a more vibrant, healthy, and just society for all beings. As you can see, there's been an incredible proliferation of land back movement initiatives happening throughout Turtle Island, our name for North America. And they have been growing and growing. Hopefully some of you are involved with them. Sonoma County in California is becoming a leader of this movement. But of course, the land back movement happened the first moment Christopher Columbus bumped into our island, Turtle Island. So we are concerned with returning native hands to native lands. So much healing and transformation can happen through this process. So with the Cultural Conservancy, I'm so honored that we have our own land back project happening right here in your backyard in Sebastopol. It's a long story I don't have time to tell, but I put out an intention. After the Cultural Conservancy has been helping Indigenous peoples around the US for decades return native lands to native hands, an elder woman reached out to me from Sebastopol and called and said, I have an old farm. I haven't been using it. I want it to go to a Native American organization, and I heard you do good work. Our organization, the Cultural Conservancy, has been around since 1985, and our motto was returning native lands to native hands. You can imagine 30, 40 years ago, it wasn't very popular. Today, it's much more popular, thankfully, and hallelujah that we are seeing this day of environmental and social justice for Indigenous peoples. So when we got this offer, I said, thank you so much. You know, we are an intertribal organization. We have Chippewa and Yaqui and Pomo and all kinds of folks, but the first peoples of this land are the Coast Miwok and the Southern Pomo. So we went directly to Chairman Greg Saris of the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria and asked for his permission to proceed. It's in our mission to honor ancestral lands. We could not proceed without his permission. He consulted with the tribe, and gratefully, they granted us full permission with enthusiasm to proceed with our goal of creating an Indigenous biocultural heritage oasis. And so in just a couple of years, we have created what we call Heron's Shadow. It's only 8 acres, but it is a laboratory, it is an oasis, it is a place where we are doing the most incredible work to reconnect with the soil. We knew the first thing we needed to do was just listen to the land. Listen to the soil, the water, the winds, the birds, understand the ecological processes, the fire history, the watershed dynamics. We're in the Green Valley watershed that feeds into the Russian River where we're restoring coho salmon. We knew that we also had to listen to our human community. We brought in tribal citizens and elders and knowledge holders and students and youth and neighbors and said, what would you like to see happen on this beautiful area of land? We want to create an oasis for biological diversity, cultural diversity, indigenous resilience, and resilience for all people. So we held a number of listening to the land circles, and people drew pictures, and we documented the process with audio video, and we slowly but surely began to make changes. We knew that we wanted to honor the first people's knowledge, Tending the Wild, a great book, by the way, but Tending the Wild is the practice of indigenous resource management with working with the in situ plants and animals, the native ecosystems that already live in the area. So we started doing ecological restoration work. We started doing indigenous land care practices, bringing back things like cultural burning that the local people used all the time to prevent these catastrophic fires that we've seen recently. So we reintroduced fire as a medicine and as a tool, not as an enemy. We also have had a decade of experience growing indigenous foods at Indian Valley Organic Farm and Garden down in Novato at the College of Marin. So we had a lot of experience with indigenous farming, and we knew that this place, Heron's Shadow, would be a beautiful agricultural, polycultural farm area. So we started growing beautiful, delicious foods. We have been very honored to be part of the seed rematriation movement. This is bringing ancient, old, heirloom Native American seeds out of seed banks and vaults and libraries and university basements and returning them to their motherlands, to their homelands, to their place of origin as long-lost ancestors and relatives. The seeds contain so much genetic wisdom, so much wisdom about adapting to climate change. And through warm hand to warm hand, we have exchanged these seeds across the Americas with farmers from Oaxaca and the Seminole and from the Cherokee and from the Seneca in New York. So we have a seed bank of incredible seed varieties, and we welcome your input and participation. We are lucky to grow enough food not only for seed and for our own large cultural conservancy community, but we distribute these bundles of food and boxes of food to the larger Bay Area urban indigenous community. We bring them to powwows and round dances and graduations and urban Indian health center fairs to increase our health, to increase our biological health, our nourishment, our cultural and spiritual nourishment when you eat your traditional native foods. So we're into slow indigenous food, not fast food nation. We are also lucky to provide some food to Crystal Wapapa in the new award-winning Wapapa's Kitchen in Oakland, if you haven't had a chance to get to. So we're developing markets also for some of our wonderful indigenous produce. So we are growing food, we are growing nourishment, we are growing justice, we are growing healing, and we are growing community. We are growing place-based educational context for people to come together and learn about eco-literacy, how to be more of an eco-literate person. We are also teaching indigenous eco-literacy, remembering we are on native lands. And in just a few years, it's been incredible. We purchased the land in 2019. We all know it happened in 2020, but this land truly became an oasis for us during the pandemic. So many urban communities were stuck inside, would come up to the land, weed and tend and prune. We have a beautiful Gravenstein apple orchard and black walnuts. And a small group of people have been working so hard. And shout out to my Cultural Conservancy team and founder here. We have taken this old, dilapidated farm and completely transformed it into this beautiful oasis. And we have multiple gardens. We are growing vegetable gardens, orchards, fruit gardens, medicine gardens, tea gardens, a sculpture garden of native science and learning so that all people can come and learn more about our own ancestral roots, our own traditional knowledges, and how to really replenish the soil from the ground up. We need this for all of us because we are facing some significant changes. You've heard that repeated from all of our speakers, right? Climate change, the fires, the flooding. We are facing such dire consequences, and we need to create these islands of resilience. We see this as a model of an island of resilience where you can grow your own food, teach your own languages, and heal from historical trauma. So please join me. We have a beautiful table out front. You can learn more information about us through nativeland.org, and I welcome you in joining in supporting returning native lands to native hands. Chimigwech.
Mother Earth, Motherland, Mother. So many of the speakers had faced extraordinary circumstances and had to rise up to them. Our next speaker is one of them. It's a really painful, beautiful story of a mother, a teacher, facing a circumstance she never anticipated and rising to it. Please welcome Larkin O'Leary.
You don't know what you don't know until you know. This has become my life's motto since having my son, James. You see, for most of my life, I've dreamed of two things, being a mother and a teacher. I couldn't wait to have a mini-me running around and teach them all of our family traditions. And in 2014, our dream was to be realized. The nursery was decorated, and all of the gadgets and gizmos we were told we needed were in place. We perfectly timed our pregnancy with the school year, so I had enough days left to take off the rest of the year and return as a full-time teacher in the fall, like all of my friends and colleagues had done. Teachers. Then we had James. It was a chaotic birth where everything around me was emotion, and James Allen O'Leary entered this world via emergency C-section on St. Patrick's Day with a tiny little red tuft of hair. They told me to pull back my shirt and get ready for some skin-to-skin, only he never came. James let out one cry, and that was it. So they rushed him off to the NICU with my dazed husband following, and I laid on the table wondering what the heck happened. I didn't drink or smoke, and I even gave up caffeine 6 months before trying to get pregnant, and for a teacher, that's huge. When I was finally wheeled in to meet my son, the doctors surrounded my husband and me as they told us the news. It looks like James has some markers to indicate he has Down syndrome. First is the hole in his heart. He'll need to have open heart surgery. We're not sure how soon, so we're taking him by ambulance to San Francisco right away. The doctor kept on talking, but I didn't hear a word he was saying. Down syndrome, heart issues, but he was only 6 days early. I did everything I was supposed to during this pregnancy and nothing I shouldn't. Clearly, he was wrong. Well, the doctor wasn't wrong, but my bias about Down syndrome and raising a child with disabilities was. Fast forward to 8 years of loving James. I know. And I've realized the many amazing gifts that have come from raising a child with disabilities, along with far too many challenges our family has faced dealing with the way the world treats anyone who is different. I don't see Down syndrome when I look at James. I see a goofy, empathetic boy who loves soccer, Taylor Swift, and bugging his little sister. He's just a kid. He's just my kid. I love him as much as my parents love me and you love your kids. Loving him just as he is has also opened my eyes to the way children with disabilities are treated within the educational system. Teaching is my passion and profession, and James, who took me away from being a traditional teacher, has ironically been my life's greatest teacher. Remember my mantra, you don't know what you don't know until you know? Well, as a teacher, I loved all of my students, and I wanted to create a space where everyone was engaged, felt welcomed, and that they belonged. I attended all the professional development and even won a few awards, but looking back, I realized I wasn't the best teacher to all students. I'm just one teacher, I'd think. How in the world am I supposed to reach those kids that are way above grade level while also reaching those that are so far below? How can I manage behaviors I didn't understand? And shamefully, I'll admit that my mindset was, those kids belong in a different class. The passion was there. The love of kids and learning and teaching was definitely there. But my mindset was not, and our system wasn't set up to support me, even if it was. I was overwhelmed when I'd find out 2 weeks before school started that I'd have a kid with special needs, and I was scared as hell. I mean, how can they expect this of me? It just doesn't make sense for a high-achieving student to be in the same class as a student with Down syndrome. They're so different. But now I ask the question, are they really? Let's be honest. All children are different. All people are different. I don't believe there is another person on earth with the exact same strengths and challenges that you have or I have. There is no normal. It is a myth we need to dispel to be able to reach all of our students, because it is possible. If we're able to look past the label that hangs over kids' heads, making us aware of their deficits, if we create a connection with them and realize that kids are just kids, including those who yearn for belonging even if they can't communicate it in a way that we understand. We hope that most kids feel a sense of belonging at home, right? Their families make the appropriate accommodations to make them just part of the family. Like, for instance, at our house, when we eat dinner, my husband, our daughter, and I all eat solid food, while my son eats pureed foods due to his extensive medical trauma. We don't call this inclusion dinner. It's not special needs dinner, right? It's how our family eats dinner. School is the very first community outside of the home where students begin to learn what society thinks of them. When students aren't included in their school community, we are setting them up for a life of exclusion. We teach them that if their disability or difference shows too much, we'll send them over there. It's our unwritten disability curriculum that outlines a narrative of how we view the disabled. Let me ask, have you ever gone somewhere and seen someone you perceived as different from you and felt uncomfortable? Or maybe your child blurted out something super embarrassing that made you turn beet red as you shushed them? Yep, me too. Our instincts tell us to shush our kids when they ask why that person looks different or is acting weird so that we don't cause harm. But as someone who's watched my own son's eyes go from hopeful when he sees new potential friends to devastated when they aren't sure how to interact, I beg you, please don't stare, but show you care. A friend of mine's daughter who has physical and intellectual delays went on a field trip with her class. And on that trip, not one family spoke to, interacted with, or even looked at them. She felt invisible. This story reminds me not to leave it to someone else to interact because I'm probably not the only one doing that, and they are likely as isolated as my friend and her daughter. Please, find your brave. Just smile and say hi. Push past those feelings of discomfort and fear and just say hi. Ask questions to find similarities. Oh, I see you have a soccer ball on your shirt. Do you like soccer? Me too. What if they can't or don't talk back? That's okay. There's usually someone there who can help, and even if not, I'm certain they appreciate just being seen. We all want to feel like we matter. And lastly, if you see someone who's being left out or mistreated, you can be the one to invite them to join you. Even if no one else is, you can be the one to make someone's day. I know all of this because I have a connection to disability, my son. He is the reason I co-founded Common Ground Society to remind the world that despite our differences, we are all connected to one another. He's taught me that all kids are just kids, kids who turn into teens and adults who are worthy of acceptance, inclusion, and belonging in our community. It starts with hello and ends with being a part of us. That is what belonging is about. Thank you.
Extraordinary. Our last speaker is worth waiting for. She actually works at Riot Games. When teenagers in the room heard this yesterday, we had actually Dia, who you heard before. Dia went up to her and said, "Can I get extra Valorant points for my son?" Her son said, "Mom, you never take no for an answer. You ask, maybe she'll get some for you." And we put her last so that the teenagers in the room would listen. So please welcome, without further ado, an extraordinary woman, a gamer, Angela Roseborough.
On April 20th, 2021, Dante Wright was pulled over for a traffic stop, and he never returned home. He was shot and killed by a police officer. Dante was 20 years old. Now, this is the first time that an unarmed black man has been shot by the police, and tragically, it won't be the last. But every time it happens, I feel like it's happening to my family, and I mourn that loss. And although we're not connected by blood, we are connected by this common reality that that could be my father, my brother, or my uncle. I have nephews who range between the ages of 5 and 48, and every time that comes up on the news, I am almost paralyzed by fear. And with the exception of my 5-year-old, it is not uncommon that they get a call from their auntie to have what I call the talk. And during the pandemic, I felt like I had that talk so many times that my message was getting lost. I mean, how many times can I tell them that if you are stopped by police, call your mom, put it on speakerphone, put the phone on the floor or on the seat next to you, put your hands on the steering wheel at the 10 and 12 position, only speak when you're spoken to, and by all that is holy, just comply. The hardest part for me of having that conversation with them is that I have to tell my nephews, these young black men, to act like they are less than, so they have the best chance of getting home. It is a heavy conversation, and if you add to that, I'm almost 3,000 miles away. I am always in fear that my words won't connect. And it is so important that they do, because it could be the very thing that saves their life. 3 days after Dante was killed, my nephew called and asked me to play a game. Now, at the time, I was the chief diversity officer for the leading game publisher, so I'm like the cool aunt, and I have to tell you, it is a title that I wear proudly. He's asked me to play before, but I've always said no. I've told him I was too busy, which is partly true. But the reality is, he's really good. I'm not. And, you know, I'm sitting here going, I don't want to lose, not even to the person I love like my nephew. But on this day, I readily accept it. And so we play. Well, let me be clear. He's playing, I'm just kind of hanging out. We're laughing, we're joking, we're competing. And in this moment, we're not auntie and nephew. We're two gamers playing a game, connecting, bonding. The game is over. I would love to tell you that I won, but we all know that's not true. And then we have the talk. But this time, instead of his eyes glazing over, saying, "Yeah, auntie, I'm pretending to hear you," he looked at me, and I felt relief and a little bit of sadness that he said, "Auntie, I know what to do. I just wish I didn't have to do it." It reminded me that games have always been how we've connected as a family. So think about it. This is the audience participation. Raise your hand if you just remember playing games with your family and friends, just having fun and hanging out. Me too. As a matter of fact, my fondest memories was playing games with my family, going to the arcade to play Centipede, maybe family spade night, or even playing double dutch with my cousins. That camaraderie built bonds that I still hold dear today. But on this day, I'm 3,000 miles away. I can't hug him. I can't sit across the kitchen table from him. It was a game that connected us. It was a game that allowed him to feel my presence and for me to feel his. It was a game that bonded us. It was a game that gave us joy. And it was a game that allowed me to break through even though I wasn't there. Now, gameplay spiked during the pandemic. According to the Entertainment Software Association, over 227 million Americans played games during that time. It was a way to relieve stress and a much-needed distraction for what was going on in the world. Not only were we stuck in our houses, probably away from extended family and friends, we were losing some of our loved ones to the virus, and we were going through some really heavy social, cultural, and geopolitical issues that we have never experienced before. It is no doubt that the pandemic changed the way we saw the world. We were isolated, disconnected, lonely, agitated, and I was so afraid I was becoming apathetic because there was so much coming at us that you had to shut down. I heard from so many gamers that it was the love of play that kept them grounded and connected to their communities and gave them a much-needed outlet. And you know what? I believe them, because it happened for me that day with my nephew. And parents started playing games with their children in the pandemic, and I could so see that as a way to connect, because I remember one daughter was watching television, the other one's on her phone, and mom on my computer. It brought us together in the house to connect, which is a good thing. Another interesting fact is that there are studies that suggest that children who play video games, get this parents, have higher cognitive performance. And if all that is not enough to convince you that games could really be a way to bridge gaps, you can do what this mother did. Go into the game and tell your daughter to do some chores. And I am so feeling that. Lasagna, I love it, right? When we think of gamers, there's this image that may come to our mind, a person that is disconnected, a loner, someone who has low social skills. But I have a different definition of gamers. I think a gamer is anyone who has a love of play, including you. Think about it. Again, think about when you're with your family and friends, the laugh, the joy that you get. Well, that happens in today's games too. I don't suggest that toxicity doesn't exist in a game. As a matter of fact, I know that it does, but I also know that it bonds. And when you're in a space where you want to bond, and when you're in a place where we have to rethink about how gamers are visualized, we have to interpret that they are great, and that we have to expand that definition so that we can influence what new games can be created. So I suggest to you that this is a gamer. This is a gamer. These are gamers. And my family across that kitchen table, we are gamers. This is my nephew. So, what if games could facilitate the bonds and the connection that we've been missing? According to Nuso, there are 3.2 billion gamers in the world. I am such a big believer that one person, one act of kindness, can make a difference. 3.2 billion, we got a movement. And that's what we need to be thinking about. So, we're going to test this for a minute. I want the next time that you want to connect, you want to bond, do it through gameplay. I'm not suggesting that a video game can change the world, but I'm not saying that it can't. I invite each of you to join me in imagining a world that when we play together, this is us, being kind and making the world a better place. My name is Angela Roseborough, and I'm a gamer. Thank you.
So, Sonoma County, who are we? I took some notes. We are big history, evolved over millions of years. We are consciousness and intentionality, connected to something bigger than us. We are star stuff. We are available to be changed. We live. We listen, understand, validate, and empathize. We don't know what we don't know till we know. We are differently abled, activists, and advocates. We are students and teachers and musicians and dancers. We feel awe. We make art both intimate and grand to heal and to express the story of us. We explore and we investigate. We are present and we let go. We have agency. We protect, make space, and give back. We have voice. We are Sonoma County. This is us. Thank you. Thank you. We have a tradition. Thank you very much. Thank you. I know you enjoyed the show. I was sitting in the audience and I could feel the electricity among you. You gave fuel to our speakers, and for that we thank you. But we have a tradition at Sonoma County TEDx. The very last act is an act of appreciation and gratitude. So first, I'm going to call out my partner in crime, my friend, and the producer of our show, Marilyn Nagel. And while she comes out, I invite all of the speakers and volunteers to come up on stage and give the audience a chance to thank us and for us to thank them.